If you've been around Christians, you've probably heard of the idea of having a personal relationship with God, which could mean different things in the Bible, like having God as a friend, or your father, or maybe your teacher.
But there's one particular way that the Bible talks about this relationship that you find all over. But strangely, we don't talk about it that much, and that's the idea of a partnership with God.
A partnership like working alongside someone to accomplish a goal together.
Right, and this is actually what you see at the beginning of the Bible. God creates this good world full of all of this potential. And then God appoints these unique creatures, humans, as his partners in bringing more and more goodness out of all that potential.
But the humans don't want to partner with God. They rebel and try to create a world on their own terms.
And so this broken partnership is the Bible's explanation for why we're stuck in a world of corruption and injustice and the tragedy of death.
It's not like there's just one or two humans who have bailed on this relationship. In the story of the Bible, everyone has abandoned the partnership with God.
So what God does is select a smaller group of people out of the many, and he makes a new partnership with them called a covenant. And in a covenant, God makes promises, and then in exchange asks his partner to fulfill certain commitments. And the purpose of all of this is to somehow use this covenant relationship to renew his partnership with everybody else.
Now, there are actually 4 times in the Old Testament that we're told God initiates a covenant relationship with Noah, Abraham, the nation of Israel, and King David.
And it's through these that God is forming a covenant family into which all people will eventually be invited.
So let's see how these work. The first one is with Noah.
So in this story, God has just brought the flood to cleanse the world of humanity's corruption, and Noah and his family are the only ones left. And so God makes a covenant with Noah, saying, listen, I know that humans will continue to be evil, but despite that, I'm not going to destroy it like this again. Instead, the earth will be this reliable place for us to work together.
Great. So what does Noah have to do?
Nothing. And that's what's so interesting about this first covenant, is that God is promising to be faithful, even though he knows humans won't be.
The next time we see God make a covenant is with a man named Abraham. God chooses him, promises to bless him, give him a large family, lots of land where they can flourish.
And in return, God asks Abraham to trust him and train up his family to do what is right and just. And the whole reason for this covenant is God says that somehow he's going to bring his blessing to all families of the world through this one family.
So that's Abraham. The next time we see God make a covenant is when Abraham's family grows into the tribe of Israel.
And this covenant is with the whole tribe. God asks them to obey a set of laws, which are these guidelines for living well as a community of God's partners. And if they do this, then God promises to bless them and that they will become a people who then represent him to the rest of humanity.
That's the covenant with Israel. The last covenant is with King David.
Yeah, the tribe of Israel has become this large nation ruled by David. And God asked David and his descendants to partner with him by leading Israel in obeying the laws and doing what is right and just. And God promises that one day, one of David's sons will come and extend God's kingdom of peace and blessing over all the nations.
So those are the 4 covenants that God makes in order to restore his partnership with the whole world.
But here's what happens. Israel breaks the covenant. They worship other gods, they allow horrible injustice, and so they lose their land and are forced off into exile.
So it seems hopeless. But during this time, Israel's prophets talked about a day when God would restore these covenants in spite of Israel's failure, somehow.
Yeah, they called it the New Covenant. And this is actually what's so interesting about Jesus, is that he's introduced into this story as the one who fulfills all of these covenant relationships. We're told that he's from the family of Abraham, and so he will bring the blessings of that family to the whole world. We're told that he's the faithful Israelite who was able to truly obey the law. And we're told that he's the king from the line of David, and so he goes about extending God's kingdom of justice and peace to all.
And that's really remarkable for one guy.
Yeah, and what it highlights is perhaps the most surprising claim of all made about this man, that Jesus is no mere human, but rather God become human. And God did this in order to be that faithful covenant partner that we are all made to be, but have failed to be. And so through Jesus, God has opened up a way for anyone to be in a renewed partnership with him.
So Jesus calls people to follow him and become part of this new covenant family.
And despite their failures, Jesus is committed to making them into partners who are becoming more and more faithful.
The story of the Bible ends with a vision of a fully renewed world, full of goodness and peace.
And there's this renewed humanity there, partnering together with God to expand the goodness of his creation. And so the end of the Bible story is really a new beginning.
All right, so takeaways. Yeah. So there's 4 covenants. What are covenants? Partnership. Yep. So we see at the very beginning at the Garden of Eden, we're supposed to partner with him and cultivate. But did we do that? We don't. We wanted to define good and bad on our own terms. Yep. And so yeah, so that's the cool thing. That's interesting about the promise, the covenant with Noah, is Yahweh makes all the promises. Yeah, so he's the only one who he sticks to his promises. He just promised he's not going to flood the world based on our wickedness. But then here comes Abraham. So he's like, "Hey, do you be righteous?" And so he makes the promise of Abraham. Now, did the Abraham family stay faithful to Yahweh? No. Then comes the Sinai covenant. Now, with Israel, did Israel stay faithful to the? No. And then there was the King David, where it's talking about his descendants. If his descendants, well, that happens at Jesus. Well, all of them will be happening. The commitment, the faithfulness will happen with King Jesus. But none of his predecessors are able to truly be committed. All right, let's now read. Minimize, do not distract us. I'm feeling up for some music while reading. Huh. Whatever, if you're going to be bugged, we're not going to waste time with you. All right. We're Romans for everyone, part 2. Or Paul for everyone, Romans, part 2. Yes. King Jesus, you're amazing. As we again just take this moment to recognize that we don't got it. We need you. Thank you for being the faithful one, King Jesus, when we cannot stick to our promises. But you're the one, your promise is the one that sticks, and you're the promise. Since you stick to the promises, you're able to then transform us and have your faithfulness be representative of us all. We thank you. Amen. God's purpose and justice. So what are we going to say? Is God unjust? Certainly not. He says to Moses, "You see, I will have mercy on those whom I will have mercy, and I will pity those I will pity. So then, it doesn't depend on human willing or on human effort. It depends on God who shows mercy. For the Bible says to Pharaoh, "This is why I have raised you up, to show my power in you, and so that my name may be proclaimed in all the earth." So then, he has mercy on the one he wants, and he hardens the one he wants. You will say to me then, so why does he still blame people? Who can stand against his purpose? Are you, a mere human being, going to answer God back? Surely the clay won't say to the potter, "Why did you make me for like this?" Doesn't the potter have authority over the clay, so that he can make from the same lump one vessel for honor and another for dishonor? Supposing God wanted to demonstrate his anger and make known his power, and for that reason put up very patiently with the vessels of anger created for destruction, and or at the same time to make known the riches of his glory on the vessels of mercy, the ones he prepared in advance for glory, including us, whom he called not only from among the Jews but also from among the Gentiles. So remember, so King Jesus calls people, has pity on certain people, again, to bless the nations. In themselves are nothing good. And so then now it's like, kind of like, are you saying that Yahweh is like, I like these people, I don't like these people? No. There is a justified reason for him doing what he does. You ready? Commentary? The music actually started, but now I guess it's loud enough for you to hear. I was never much good at pottery at school. I enjoyed the feel of the clay, but it never quite did what I wanted it to. I did succeed in making one or two small dishes, including an ashtray. That dates it because the only person I would have made that for was my father, and he gave us smoke in I think 1963. And he writes an old man. But I don't know. I think he's like in his 70s, 80s. He was born 1948. So let's do the math. So it's 2024. So it'll be 52 years to get to 2000. So 52 plus 72. It'll be 76. So he's 76 years old. But I never managed that much higher art of real pottery, making mugs, jugs, or vases with a potter's wheel. I remain envious of people who can do that kind of thing. But what I do remember, though, is the sign that hung on the wall of the large room at school where we did pottery and various other crafts. If thou hast a piece of earthenware, it said, consider that it is a piece of earthenware, and as such very likely to be broken. Be not thou therefore grieved that this should come to pass. In other words, if your best friend drops your new pot and breaks it, don't punch him on the nose. But there are two quite different stages in pottery. The second stage, once the pot is shaped, is firing and glazing. That finishes the job. And from then on, you have either a whole pot or if someone smashes it, a broken one. The earlier stages, though, is quite different. The potter shapes the clay on the wheel. I've watched it done many times since those early days, and it remains one of the lovely human creative arts, with potter and clay responding to one another. Woe betide the potter who simply tries to force the clay to do things it won't do. Imagine someone trying to make a square jug on a potter's wheel, for instance. But woe betide, well, the other half of the statement brings us back to Paul. And to one of his most controversial statements, how can he imply that human beings are just like clay, waiting for God to mold them this way or that? Many people have become angry at this point with what they see. Not as a broken pot, but a broken argument. Has Paul, perhaps, to change metaphors, painted himself into a corner? No, he hasn't. What we often miss when we read a passage like this is the underlying story he is telling, the story that emerges when we notice the quotations in the passage and see where they are coming from. The passage about the potter and the clay is taken from Isaiah 29:45 with echoes of 64 and also in Jeremiah 18. All of these are worth looking up and reflecting. They tell of a stage in Israel's history when God was struggling with rebellious Israel, like a potter working with clay that simply wouldn't go into the right shape. The image of potter and clay was not designed to speak in general terms about human beings as lifeless lumps of clay, over against God as the only living, thinking being. It was designed to speak very specifically about God's purpose in choosing and calling Israel, and about what would happen if Israel, like a lump of clay, failed to respond to the gentle molding of his hand. So, when we read the potter and clay, is it saying that word is lumpless airbags and Yahweh's living? No. It's about how Yahweh, and speaking of Israel's history, which is the First Testament, we have read a lot of the First Testament, Old Testament, about how Israel keeps rebelling and Yahweh keep trying to mold them into people to bless the nations. At that point, God's purpose must go forward, whether or not Israel is obedient to its vocation. We're back once more with what Paul was talking about at the beginning of chapter 3. Indeed, the sequence of questions in our present chapter reflects quite close to the similar sequence in chapter 3. We cannot simply reject this passage as though Paul is talking about God and humanity in the abstract. Okay, so he's not talking about like the sovereignty of God versus against the infallibility of human. It's not general humanity purpose he's making out here. He is talking about God's purpose not only with Israel, but much more importantly, through Israel. What were the purposes which God wanted to put into effect through Israel? As we have seen, the answer is that Israel is called to be the light of the world, the people through whom God will speak his word, a promise and new creation to all the nations. But the prophets themselves saw that Israel as it stood was rebelling like a lump of clay, challenging the potter and demanding to be made into a different shape. The point Paul is making here, indeed through Romans 9 through 11, is that this is happening at the first stage of the pottery procedure. God has not yet arrived at the moment when the clay goes into the oven and comes out solid, so that from then on, the only options are either to stay the way it is or to be smashed to pieces. Fortunately for Israel and the world, when Israel rebelled, the process was still at the molding stage. And if the pot is spoiled at that stage, of course the potter has the right, indeed if God is the potter, he has the obligation to rework and remold it into a new shape. What would we prefer? That he will throw the clay out and start again with entirely new clay? That question lies at the heart of the puzzle of God, the world, Israel, Jesus, and the church. So, there's that part, right, where he is crafting the clay. So, right there, it's still wet, still moldable. And the clay's like, no, you can't make me how you want me. And so it's fighting back. But luckily, Yahweh is like, he just keeps on working with it all the way to King Jesus. Because if he would have thrown the clay away, it would have been like almost a Moses moment. Where Yahweh's like, all right, I'm going to make you the people. And so that's always like, how does a righteous God work with unrighteous people? Because it's always like, the part that's actually more scary as you read the Bible is how generous and loving God is. Because he allows the most evilest of people, once they when they repent, to be welcomed to the fold. And he is always working with rebellious humanity. And in that, he partners with humanity by coming down as a fleshly human, 100% God, 100% man. The present passage, reaching its climax in this image of potter and clay. You ready? The present passage, reaching its climax in this image of potter and clay, is in fact a continuation of the story which Paul started in verse 6. The story, that is, of Israel in the Old Testament. We move from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to the time of the Exodus from Egypt, with Moses leading the people out despite the opposition of Pharaoh. From there we come forward into the period of the prophets, warning Israel that it was going off course from God's purpose, and that if this persisted, God will have to remold and remake Israel in a way, not because God was forgetting his promises, but precisely because he was being faithful to them. It is this ongoing purpose, despite the fact that Israel's rebellion, that causes God to declare to Moses that he will proceed with his plan for the Exodus, even though the people have made the golden calf, amounting to a declaration of independence from the true God. That is the saying for the passage in Exodus 33, which Paul quotes in verse 15. It then appears that God is doing with Israel itself what he did with Pharaoh. the king of Egypt who withstood God's purposes to bring Israel out of slavery. God works even within that human rebellion and arrogance to bring about an even more glorious work of rescue, revealing his power and gaining a worldwide reputation for performing extraordinary acts of judgment and mercy. But the angle of vision is always forward. You only understand this or that particular incident in the light of what God intends to do through it, the ultimate purpose for which God called Israel in the first place. Where does this leave the story of Israel on the one hand and Paul developing argument on the other? It brings the story of Israel up to the point where, in the historical and prophetic writings of the Old Testament, Israel goes into exile in order to be reshaped by God, or in other words, the potter remolds the clay. The Jewish scriptures themselves, this is Paul's underlying point, speak of God rightly and properly acting to take forward his eventual plan, even though this will mean reshaping Israel quite drastically. The alternative, after all, would seem to be that God would simply ignore Israel's rebellion and proceed with an automatic favored nation clause, which Paul has already firmly wrote out in chapter 2, or that God would scrap the plan and the promises altogether, which again is wrote out by God's own character. God will be faithful to his purpose and promise, even if all humans prove false. Paul's developing argument has got to the point where he has established that God has the right to remold his people. He now begins to suggest that he has done so, in fact, not least by calling Gentiles share as full and equal members. This is a drastic and unprecedented new point within the story of Israel as normally told in Paul's world. Somehow he now sees the torch being passed from a group consisting only of Jews, a selection within Israel's physical family, to a group consisting of Jews and Gentiles together. Within the argument of Romans, of course, we are used to this point. Paul has emphasized it over and over again in chapters 2, 3, and 4. But within the present line of thought, verse 24 is startling indeed. Paul developed the point to the following passages. For the moment, we should simply note that the idea of a vessel of mercy doesn't mean so much a vessel to receive mercy, but a vessel through which God brings mercy to others. So again, it is working with the one to bless the nations. And so it was, again, working with one to bless the nation, but they have rebelled. And so now he has brought through King Jesus to bring the lump of clay, both Gentiles and Jews, and war with them in that lump. Because from what I know, at least I don't have any Jewish ancestry, so I'm within that clay. All right, friend, we can start. Yeah. Pretty much he gets, at the very beginning of each fight, he gets bulwark to the, pretty much either to the number of how many orbs he has, or double the amount of the highest orb, like the highest number orb he has. So it's pretty interesting scaling. There we go. Let's go for the money. Oh, wow. Annoying. Get the bomb already. There we go. There we go. Mm.
fire reached death. I died.
Mm. Sorry, friend. I mean, we already learned that if it's set to 1 billion, like it's hotter than the sun.
Going to see. Davis. Now, male. down, bro.
Oh, my bad. Huh? It looks like it's a big flop.
Yeah, and then when I walked up, it just hatchling.
Oh, flew away. Oh, flew away. Oh, the moose. Oh, I think with the birds. Say crossbow. I mean, crossbow is just hands down better. Unless you're trying to go for weight, because the bow's going to be a lot lighter. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Hmm. I don't know.
It,
Yeah. It's there for blood. Hmm. Hmm? There you go.
the move better. Yo, I'm going on a killing spree right now. I'm serious. Legit a killing spree. Behind me. Okay, well.
Hmm.
I hit the other one in the same exact spot. Tell me how that makes sense. Tell me. I hit two moves, one in the exact same spot. Tell me how this doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
Have the move.
Hmm. Hmm. You forgot it. was Augie's nail trim? With Augie? Hmm. Hmm. There was a hamster? That's exciting. No to what? Oh, yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Okay. And that's go under his armpits. That's nice. Looks kind of like a diaper. Bailey, you need to get operating. I'm gonna go drink some water, and then whenever you're ready to start reading, you start reading. key lime. I mean, he just gives looks of hopes. Can a boy have hope? Can a dog have hope that someday you you'll treat him like the love he longs for? It's like, please, Charlie, look at me. See the stuff that'll make me happy. You ready? All right. King Jesus, again, you're holy and wonderful, amazing. Thank you that you saw humanity. And in your love, you embrace us where we're at. And also in love, he always calls us to be better, to treat the other and look at you as what we are, what our dignity is. You don't allow us to dehumanize the other. Because when humanity dehumanizes each other, that's how we define good and bad on our own. Because once we start talking and acting like people are of lesser value, history has shown us what that results. And as we look here, as we look at this beautiful work, writing of work that calls us to that, calls us towards living in right relationship, please keep calling us to you and to that. Amen. God calls a remnant. This is what he says in Hosea. I will call not my people, and not beloved, I will call beloved. And in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, there they will be called sons of the living God. Isaiah cries out concerning Israel. Even if the number of Israel's sons are like the sand by the sea, only a remnant shall be saved. For the Lord will bring judgment on the earth, complete and decisive. As Isaiah said in an earlier passage, if the Lord of hosts had not left us seed, we would have become like Sodom and have been made like Gomorrah. The Beatles once recorded a song called Nowhere Man. It grew out of a casual, dismissive remark one of them had made about someone they just met. He's a real nowhere man. It was meant as a scornful put-down, and if the person they were referring to had ever heard it, it would have hurt. Imagine calling someone Mr. Nobody or Little Miss Nobody Loves Me. It's a sort of thing children might say to each other in a malicious mood. Give someone a label which writes them off and watch them squirm. The prophets knew all about giving people names, and particularly about giving Israel names which reflected what God was thinking about them. These were not cheap put-down remarks, though. They were serious words designed to make Israel stop in its track and think again about what they were doing. The first two chapters of the prophet Hosea are full of this kind of thing, and Paul draws on two key promises from that passage. He quotes them in reverse order, beginning with Hosea chapter 2, where the prophet declares to the Israelites that God will receive them back again after rejecting them. They were called not my people, but now they are to be called my people. They were called not beloved, but now God will call them beloved. Then he quotes the earlier passage, Hosea 1. In the place where you were called not my people, you'll be called sons of the living God. What is Paul saying with these, to us, somewhat obscure, though clearly dramatic quotations? He is continuing to tell the story of Israel, the story which began with Abraham and the other patriarchs, which continues through the Exodus, and which now reaches the period of the prophets. Paul's point, made here in poetic fashion, is in essence quite simple. The prophets themselves promise that God will make Israel pass through a period of judgment in order then to come out into salvation. First, Israel had to hear and bear the name not my people before they could again be called my people. Paul's point, yet once more, is that God has indeed been faithful to his promises. He has not gone back on his word. He said he would have to whittle Israel down to a remnant, and that's what he has now done. To imagine that Israel could be vindicated as it stood, that all Jews will automatically be classified as true children of Abraham, would be to ignore what Israel's own scriptures have been saying all along. The problem of Jewish unbelief is not then the problem of God's failing to keep his word, but the problem of Israel not hearing what word had been saying. The idea of a remnant, which I just mentioned, comes in the passage Paul quotes next, this time from Isaiah. To get the full flavor of this, remember that Paul is rounding off here the train of thought he began in chapter 9, verse 6, where he's talking about Abraham and his family, his seed, those who are children of God, and not mere children according to the flesh. The quotation from Hosea looks back to the children of God's passage. Now the quotation from Isaiah chapter 22, verse 22, picks up one of the best known promises to Abraham, that his seed will be like the sand on the seashore. Well, says Isaiah, that may indeed come to pass. The number of Israel's sons according to the flesh may well grow to that size. But even if they do, only a remnant will be saved. Only some of them will find their way into God's new age, the time when mercy returns after catalytic judgment. Paul adds to his quotation from Isaiah another one, this time from Isaiah 28, which insists that the Yahweh, the Lord of hosts, will make a complete and decisive judgment on the earth. God must put the world to rights, and when he does so, Israel can look for no special favors. What God will do, however, is assure that a remnant is rescued. What is this remnant? Paul is going to come back to the idea in chapter 11, but from the way it appears in other Jewish writings around this time, we can say at least this. Many Jewish groups in Paul's day took it for granted that when God finally acted to judge and save, by no means all ethnic Jews would be among those rescued. Many had rebelled against God and his word, and had appeared to want no part in his salvation. Devout Jews, observing this, picked up on these promises and declared that God was cutting Israel down to size, pruning his people quite drastically. Sometimes people thought of this in terms of a small minority who were somehow spared the judgment. Paul sees it rather as those who are brought through the judgment and out the other side. That will be the foundation of the fresh story he will tell in chapter 11 of how the present remnant of believing Jews can be increased. The final quotation from Isaiah points in the same direction, and once more ties to the Abraham story. Sodom and Gomorrah were the cities of the plain, now buried beneath the Dead Sea. They were destroyed in a great act of judgment, while Abraham, whose nephew Lot had gone to live in Sodom, looked on from a distance. Isaiah looked back to the story and declares that if God hadn't left them a remnant, Israel as a whole, Abraham's whole family, would have gone the same way. Paul actually changes the word remnant used by Isaiah here to seed in order to tie it in to the discussion in chapter 9. Augie. Get out of that bag, dude. Down. Down. The passage is thus complex and dense, but its general drift is clear. Paul is rounding off what we might call Israel's story so far by quoting Old Testament prophets to show that what has now happened, with most Jews remaining outside God's renewed people and only a remnant inside it, exactly what God has said would happen. He has made his main point. God's word has not failed. On the contrary, it has come all too uncomfortably true. The second question he has to deal with, whether God is just or unjust, has been addressed in the process. God has had to deal with Israel not as a blank slate, but as a rebellious people deserving of judgment. When that judgment falls, Israel has no reason to complain. In fact, God has been merciful in rescuing a remnant, despite universal sinfulness. In the course of this long argument, Paul has said a great many things which we need to ponder carefully. In particular, we must remember that he is discussing ethnic Israel as the people of the Messiah, albeit according to the flesh. What he says in this passage belongs closely with several earlier parts of the letter, two in particular. First, in chapter 3, he explains how God must go ahead with his promised plan, even if Israel proves unfaithful. The way God will do this is by sending Jesus as the faithful Israelite, the Messiah through whose death and resurrection God will fulfill his saving purpose. Second, in chapter 7, he describes how, through the law, sin gathered itself to its full height within Israel, in order that, through the death of the Messiah, sin could finally be condemned as it deserved. These two passages taken together point in the direction of chapter 9. Here, Israel finds itself called to a particular and very strange role in God's purposes. That it being apparently cast away in order that God's powerful plan of salvation can go forward. Paul never spells this theme out more fully, but it seems as though he is looking at his fellow Jews, at himself, indeed as people called, whether or not they understand or cooperate to be part of the saving plan, which reaches its climax in the casting away of the Messiah himself on the cross. His apparently harsh words are to be understood in the light of the even harsher reality of what happened to Jesus. This will enable him, in what now follows, to explain his continuing desire that more Jews should, in fact, find God's way of salvation. All right, friend, we can start.
Is it okay if I look up something?
What are you looking at? Mm-hmm.
I want to look up all the events in this game.
Okay. Oh, I did not mean to select that. All right, spinification it is. Let me get the rogue.
Why am I going?
Huh? EV. Ian. Yes. Very good. Events. Someone was talking about on the chat like how like double ring, and you guess that has a 1% chance. When you were playing, I saw on the chat log. So you played a game that had, I guess, had a 1%, very low, like a 1% chance. wonder if there's a YouTube video where someone done it so they could show you. There might be some things you can't get while being in the private servers. There was a pop-up about private servers for the game. Darn it.
I just got it.
Nice.
The rarest of rare.
Hmm.
This without connecting.
Hmm.
After without connecting. Now just turn up like this. I can pretty much safe right here. What do I do? Stuck. I'm just stuck.
Hmm.
Okay, good.
I have no idea. That's the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice, you got it.
Stop it. No, stop it. What? After that. What? Why is it getting dark? It's so dark. Yes. If
Yeah.
that actually looks sick. Okay, just spawn kick.
I see. Yeah. Oh, there you go. You started something. Mm-hmm. Got it? That's your best. Nice.
Yeah, fan. Actually broken.
Hmm. in 5 minutes, we're going to be at time. You got a minute, my friend. All right. We're at time. Okay, we're at time, friend. What's the quickly see something thing? Where are you checking? Okay. Okay, but no matter what, we're doing reading. There's no extra bio project card. Hmm?
I did that. And then now I'm very confused. This is safeguard free, but now I'm confused.
Again, you're looking to also an AI reading. I mean, it has to be to look to like Zine. That's an AI, like it compiles data together. So I recommend just looking at an actual website. Hmm. Welcome home. Okay, but you can test that stuff out after steps, okay? Because it's been enough time. Oh, she did. That's kind of her.
So this is actually correct.
Oh.
This AI is actually meaning safeguard too. So for instance, if I was put two, like if I put two,
Mm-hmm. Stop. Forgot what you went left. Oh. You got him for me, unintentionally, I guess. Let's see if I like him. I'm not usually a trip kind of guy. Again, that's an AI result. You gotta look at a website. Hit those links. Those links is what. Okay, well then this is an AI result. It's not going to be as exact. It just does data compiled. Yeah, so it's not exactly again compiled. Mm-hmm.
All three of these scenarios are unknown. So the safeguard 3, the future update, that's gonna be released to be known to you. So this AI is actually broken.
It's just filling in the unknown information. That's why I said like.
Up against
Again, it's just trying to do its best. Well, again, AI is good for a few things, but it's not omniscient. Get Annika hamster. That's cute. Because you can't get it, so you want to get it for Annika. Yeah. Like, I read something where someone actually made like a little, it wasn't like a complete fusion reactor, but they used AI to help with like some really complicated math problems. Like I said, like it's good for a few things. But it's not omniscient. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Discord is the system where if you want to go deep into a video game, Discord chats are usually the place to go. Yeah, like Discord, that's actually the original inventor of Discord. There's this game called Final Fantasy XI that is like, it was kind of like back when there wasn't really no place to discuss things, and he created Discord to talk to people about Final Fantasy XI who have the same kind of interests as him. Yeah, I'm also hoping to stack more. Yeah, I'm just stacking as much benefication as I can on him. They do hurt. They hit my guy when they're hit. I don't know, like 3? Yes. Now lock. I should have unlocked in. I think I should have unlocked in the rogue, but we'll see. This whole build was it to unlock people for. But now I just need to defeat him. This is probably. He died from the poison. Did I unlock the rogue? Let's see. Yep, got a new character. Yep, I have him on my phone. He's really strong, actually. Because somehow I don't think either I made a mistake and just the saves are not synced between them, or All right.
cuts the sugar.
Let me just.
Oh, that's funny. My mom sent me this mail was just the receipt for the card and the gift card that's in the other one. Yeah, she must have forgot and just wanted to send in the receipt. Oh. No, thank you. I've had it before. I don't want it. Hmm? Hmm. Yeah, I already have Blood Awakening. Hoping so. We'll see. There's technically 4, but I think the last one is a lot shorter because since it's so abrupt, they finished the story with a YouTube video. So I guess there's a YouTube video that shows like the last bit. How much I love treasure. Bosses are better. There's not that much.
Water.
There's not that much sugar to help. Again, sugar is what breaks down. So if you have like a fruit in there, that'll actually do a better job.
I bet if there was a YouTube video where it's like where it was just being the story straight, I bet it'd be like 4 days straight or even more of this story.
Yeah, well, it's like if it was just story scenes, it won't be too long, but it's all these steps in between. Went nowhere. That's funny. Well, because so that is an echo, so its damage is based upon the previous hit, so there's no previous hit. Oh, I hate this map. So I need to focus just on that bomb. There we go. There we go. And this one, I just need to focus on bombs. Pull it up. There we go. Although focus on money, you really start to pile up after a while. All right, let's go for the big boy. No, 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 no. Oh, for the
Don't be small boy.
I want big boy.
No,
Lamette, the town of Lamette. Yeah, I mean, like when this is over, it's over. Server's done. There's no more connecting. I still have the app installed, but I can't connect it. Like when Roblox, when the thing is closed. Alright. This can be the easiest as long as you keep getting the refreshers. If you don't get refreshers, it gets pretty rough. That's what I got. I'll look again after this. Happens, it happens. I can't get to that shop anyways. Yeah, well, I'm actually gonna go left because I can hit that shop and hit the big boom over there. Alright.
Ah!
Oh. Alright, I'll do that for right now. Yep. As long as I can hit a few of them. Oh. There we go. I'll take care of all the bats. Oh, so you take care of everything. Okay. Alright, so I'm pretty good for a bit. I could go any way. See where chance takes me. What's up? You could destroy the. Yeah, we'll see. It's dead anyways right now. Watch. Well, it's in, I think in Africa, but it's definitely a tiger.
That's a leopard.
What's a leopard? Oh. Mm-hmm. You ready? Right. I mean, that'd still be very mean. Hmm? It won't be sticky, but it still has other residue stuff it'll leave, even if it's not sticky.
What are you?
Almost psyched me. Hmm.
Punch him. Oh, that weak. Bye.